I was talking to across the river. So always before we open our meetings, we ask the Lord to help us out. We've asked the Lord, let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for allowing us together this evening. We thank you for the rain that we've had the last couple of days. Just ask that you with all the families that are suffering and the illnesses and prayer requests and touch them and lead, guide, direct them. Help us as leaders of the county to make the decisions that that are in the best interest of the county and with our citizens. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning. Those are quorum.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Let's go ahead and start with Ms. Bechtel.
Present.
Ms. Kickenbook. Here. Mr. Cox.
Here.
Mr. Booth.
Here.
And Mr. Turner.
Here.
All right. You have a full count. 5-0. Everyone's here and in person.
All righty. So, anybody got anything to add to the agenda? Additions or takeaways? All right. If there's no additions, I'll take a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved. Second.
Motion second, call roll.
All right. On the motion to approve the agenda as presented, Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
and Mr. Turner.
Yes.
All right. The agenda is approved as presented.
Next up will be the approval of the disbursements.
Have a question.
Okay.
You see my circle? Yeah. Read open. That's it over here.
Yes.
Disbursement 1 or 2, please. Was number 1. Up to it. Page. Oh. 7. Oh, there it is. Yeah, little circle for autumn. You know, brown.
Commerce time.
Yeah. So Whitman, Redwatt, and Associates. Phase 2, what is that, planning?
That was the reconstruction, where they evaluated the things.
Gotcha.
That was before we went to bed in January.
Oh.
They cut off on billing until you guys signed it.
Gotcha, right, okay, that's right. Okay, just double checking.
It'll be reimbursed.
Right, I knew that. Just wondered who it was and what it was for.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you. I've cleaned it up.
Anyone else have any questions? Did you ready to step out for a minute? No. I guess we can hold the vote for a minute and talk about minutes, and then we'll vote on that when we come back. So,
Seem a little glitchy. Atmospheric.
phones is crazy too.
Clouds do things to megahertz.
You may have any questions or comments on that? On minutes? Yep.
Let's hear.
We're ready. Here he comes. Mr. Crowell, do you have any questions on this person?
No, I told you I was doing it in. Yeah.
He didn't want to vote without telling.
I thought you told me a board head.
No.
Yeah, so.
Just my normal is anything we don't have to pay.
No.
Okay.
Make a motion that to approve it.
So moved.
Second.
Motion second. No other discussion, call roll.
On the motion to approve the disbursements as presented, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenberg? Yes. Ms. Bechtold?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
And Mr. Turner?
Yes.
All right, those are approved. And I'll start signing.
Next, we have the approval of the minutes. Get back here where you're at.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion second, any other discussion? All right.
All right. On the motion to approve the minutes as presented, Mr. Cox?
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold?
Yes.
Ms. Cookenberg? Yes. Mr. Booth?
Yes.
And Mr. Turner?
Yes.
All right, those are approved as well. Thank you. 2 minutes, that's good.
Ms. Lisa, you want to come forward? It's nice to stay and make our day. Those good news we need.
So, if I might, Mr. Chairman, so, as you know, it is that time of the cycle that we need to employ someone to let us know the appropriate real estate values to distribute the cost of running the county amongst the various folks. And so with that, we went ahead and put out an RFP, I guess back in August, and got some responses. We got 2 responses from that. And so Kim and I asked our resident experts here, even though this is a county administration function, I'm pretty clear who knows the most about real estate appraisal in the room, and it's not me. And so Kim's met with them more than once, and we met again today to talk through what some of the what our options are and how we would maybe suggest jointly moving forward. And with that, we kind of had some thoughts, but we wanted Lisa to kind of talk with you a little bit and walk you through where we are and what their advice might be, even though it's really, again, our function. But she and Barbara are the ones that know the most.
Well, right now, like, whatever the reassessment team y'all would choose, this month in September, they're usually going to start doing the cell study. Learn the history, getting the values that's needed to go out in the field. Around in November, we'll have to set up the reassessment office for them. And then in 2024, they'll be out in the field pulling all the data. They'll be on the ground getting the values and everything sets back up to 100%, which is required by law.
Well, and
Well, I got a question. So once they do the field work, new values then take place
Yeah, they go effective for 2025.
for 2025.
We have to do this 2 years ahead.
Yeah. So right now is you have the 2 bids in for the job. And then whoever gets chosen, they'll start probably as soon as possible. Because usually by September, we've already got the sales study finished.
That's about a year and a half. But
Yes.
Mhm.
So they've jumped in the cost from the last time.
Mr. Chair, if I might, one of the things that we were talking about today, and you are right, Ms. Cookenbook, the numbers are higher than they have been in the past. If you look at the 2 bids, they seem to be that the numbers are far apart, but when you actually go through each of the documents, one of them, the one that's higher, actually includes more cost than the other one does. So it is, in our opinion, my opinion, certainly more transparent. For instance, you'll note that one of the differences is the one bid includes an amount per real estate parcel and then an amount per mobile home. The other one does not include an amount per mobile home. It's just silent to it, but obviously that needs to be addressed as well.
Yeah.
There's also a couple of things in there that the one assumes that Lisa and her staff are going to do a lot more work of the work. and that they would pay a lot more postage. And again, the other didn't address it, but the one that would be our recommendation that's a little bit higher includes the provider doing that because, as you know, Lisa has a wonderful but limited staff. And so I'm sure they would be willing to help out as best they could. We probably have to hire her some extra help and all of that. And it also would take additional time as opposed to them just kind of feeding it through.
Yeah,
375 last time?
as far as the
The
cost,
cost from Wingate, wasn't that about what it was, 375?
I think so possibly, but I'm not guaranteed on that. I didn't have any of that.
Pretty sure it was pretty close to that, wasn't it? 375? I mean, that's what we started putting away. But if we go on that, that's 55,300 increase, $55,300 increase. It's like somebody's salary. I know gas has gone up, but
This time it would be 5 years.
postage.
Last
Yeah, it'll be 5.
instead of 4.
Yeah. Yep.
So you got,
Yeah.
We should have run behind.
Mhm,
yeah,
mhm.
Yeah.
well, we have it all worked out for things worked out in an awful place of the year. I don't.
Well,
Of that, of course, too.
Yeah, we'll get you
It's one of those things that deals with it. Yes, it deals with these. I'd rather do that than see it put off to 5 years. If we could get after that, if we could get back on,
we're running 2020.
if we do a 5 year, then that gets it back in the off year, then get back on.
Yeah.
The 4 year. It just takes politics out of it.
it. 5 years.
To the extent you can.
Somebody else's headache.
Not for them, those are, yes, it's.
Because this is my first time during a reassessment cycle. Does Wingate have a good history of not having a lot of people challenging their assessment values?
Yeah, and I did bring that up with Linda and Kim the other day. I've been through 3 reassessments since I've been here, and the people that comes out is small compared to what we've heard some other localities.
Does that reduce the cost also? Now you want to ask
You're going all the way back to the 90s.
Yeah.
We had a very old.
Yeah.
Now you want to ask the realtor about it?
And if I might, Chairman, to continue on that, one of the other differences between the two bids is that the one from the more expensive firm does include 5 days of working with the Board of Equalization and Review, in addition to being around for the training. And then it also commits a certain amount of time for review. Beyond that, if it were appealed, the other one is silent. So that again suggests there's probably more potential costs that are not laid out.
And like throughout the year, if there's a taxpayer that has a complaint about the property, if the dwelling burns, we can call them, they go out and address it, so we can get it fixed for the next tax roll, whatever's needed. So very hands-on, you don't have to wait till the next general reassessment to address issues that need to be addressed
So you have
now.
a good working history.
Yes.
Yeah.
Is the same leader leading the?
It's,
The, on the more expensive, quote, they list digital photos for each part.
and we said our new system can handle that,
They'll
but
be
due to the increase, we're fine not doing that, so we'll have the funds toward the qualified team moving
So there
forward.
might be a couple of things that we talked about today, one of which were the pictures,
Yeah.
that we may be able to take that off the table.
Yeah.
To have some, decrease some, there's a, not much, but a few other things. And Lisa and Barbara, made it a point that, they don't need that. It's nice, but they don't absolutely need that. So if there's a cost savings, we were all for it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so that, it saves down, I mean, the new system is allowable to do that if in the future you want to
Right.
plan for that.
That would equate to, but $2.50
Wow.
each one.
Digital.
Or how many parcels we have in the county.
15,000,
15,000.
which some, is just land only, but there will be.
37,000.
Yeah, I mean, it's a chunk of change.
Right. You know, people do like having a seeing it, but we're fine without.
But why are they charging, did they charge you?
No, that price is not included. That's extra if you wish to add photos moving forward. Yeah, because then on page 35,
There's no cost to them taking.
They got $2.50 per digital photos.
Well, and if I might again, one of the,
15,000, 12 parcels right there it is.
yeah, and so one of the things we could do is do no pictures. The other option is they did indicate they were going to take pictures of outbuildings and all of that. In places where I've lived before that have had photos, even then it was just the front of the house. So you were like, yes, that's my house as opposed to Danny or Kim's house, but not really anything that you all would, anyone who is a realtor would use, but just.
I say those police department, I don't see any reason to have photographs.
I don't see why they're charging you $2.50 for a digital photograph in the first place.
Yeah, Google Earth can probably do.
It doesn't help y'all.
no, it'd be more real estate agents might would like to see what it looks like maybe.
Yeah. It saves me a bit. You know, yeah.
Yeah, this is all about it. Yeah, that's what they want to do.
I can spend some of it money.
And then, so we suggested too, where some of my equipment is older in our office, that maybe the equipment that is having to be purchased for the reassessment, since we did lose some funds forward, but that could be used out of that. That would save the county some as well moving forward.
What, you don't want to use dinosaurs anymore?
Kim says we're next in line as the others. That would help too, because we did move funds over to be able to be better.
Taking your material.
So it's already budgeted.
Right.
That's a big offer.
Yeah. It just,
In the past, have not first reassessment one too, but in the past, have we negotiated prices of some of these things?
thinking
We just get
past, I
that.
believe Ms. Morse did go back with Wingate and see if there was some negotiating.
Yeah.
It wasn't included at that time, so that might be something you might want to check with.
I mean, we're talking 55,000.
And Mr. Wingate, well, Don Thomas, they're wonderful to deal with, to go ask. If you have any questions.
So says,
Right?
so says that.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, 55,000, that's like it's the high level position.
If I remember right, when getting past, if we had questions, they was always
yeah.
respond.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
they come to a day meeting, night meeting, special meeting.
If you
Whatever,
have any questions, they're always there.
Yep.
and they usually have the administrator usually has a contact number almost 24/7.
Yeah.
In the past, how many proposals do we normally have?
I still had 5.
I had 3 that we did the interviews with.
Yeah. But we had like 5.
Yeah.
So I did talk to some of our counterparts and everybody's getting 2 to 3 for the most part, just because with the enormous changes in value, I think they're recognizing it and it's been.
So I think when I reached out to Carroll County, I think Fran said they had like 2 to 3. That's all that they had.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's wanting to put their name on that book party.
Yeah.
Well, you must be right. And then that's a lot of them.
We just wanted, especially since a couple of you haven't done this before, and Kim and I haven't done this before, and definitely not here. My experience is a slightly different situation, so we wanted to make sure if y'all had any questions, and then a little bit later, if you want to, after David speaks, if you want, we can
One thing,
have a motion.
don't as we go along, I don't remember, it seemed like we advertised for the board of equalization
Yep.
and people.
Yeah, I've got with the Department of Taxation this evening. I'm waiting for an email back when the training is actually set. So that should be sometime here in the next, probably first of 2024.
Okay.
So I sent them a link, but respond.
I'm trying to remember for 5 years.
Yeah.
So, but we have several people that have done it for quite a long
Correct.
time. That
Yeah,
I think will be willing. to
I think they're
continue.
allowed so many terms. I think for the rules,
Yeah,
they're allowed to actually run on the board.
It's from each district, right?
Think so.
After we got there,
that's what we
Yeah.
shoot for.
yeah, if we could have.
We have the list of who it was.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
It's actually in your commission's
Is it,
packet.
is it,
It's one of them, and the last date, you'll see it's 2019.
okay,
The 5 people are noted there.
gotcha.
I can send it to you, but it's.
No, that's okay.
And as soon as I hear from the Department of Taxation, I'll send you that link that we all have to sign.
Did that
for the
get
training.
uploaded here? Did that get uploaded electronically? The
Not the
commissions?
commission, not the
Do we have-
equalization.
As soon as
As soon
possible.
as we can.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because usually the sales study is already done in September. It's already completed. Because usually around March is when we used to send out the requests for the qualifications. July is when we used to start the interviews. And then in August, the board would approve the winning bid. And then September, the reassessment team that will start pulling the sales study for the previous years. And then October, November, that established, like I said, the reassessment office. And then the field work will start around November. As soon as they get sales study completed, they'll be hitting the land. So, and then all of January will be that. Late fall, winter of 2024, our new construction will be picked up during the 2024 year. So there's not an extra charge for that during that pickup time. So this new construction is getting ready to go out 1st of October for this year. So it'll be on its own. But during the general reassessment is picked up during that time. Then let's see, then the reassessment team mails out the notices to the taxpayers. Assessors will have hearing dates to be scheduled. And then they'll have room for them to have the hearings. Then after the hearings are finished, the team will submit the posted book with the values. And then at that time, then the Board of Equalization, they'll have their time to hear their complaints moving forward. It's all sort of a little schedule. And then also, if that's your time too, if you want to change your land use rates, that's the only time that your land use rates can be
Right.
changed is during a general reassessment.
The next year.
Yeah, you have to do it by next fall.
Yeah.
So once everything gets done, come January, we'll have to rewrite all the land use ones with some new values. And if you change the rates, we'll need that as well. Those conservation easements will be changed as well. And the real estate teams, it's nice for them to know if you are going to change it while they're out in the field, especially with the conservation easements, those values can be adjusted while they're there.
So we could not to wait till next fall. If we're thinking about
If you're
it.
thinking about it, now would be time to start
Yeah.
discussing it, so we know that the land use starts October 1st.
Just don't have nothing to do with it. And I don't base my decision on it. It's one of the first things I look at when somebody does a
Yeah.
presentation.
Yeah,
The quality of the work, and that's what carries out.
It shows they're professional.
And that's what will carry back those values that,
Right.
the county has to have at 100%.
Because I don't believe I've seen a prettier presentation on that.
And like she said too, with the employees by the one firm compared to the other, you'll have a whole team come in.
Yeah.
That makes a difference too. So the work is, because in years past, it was like 10 starts out immediately.
Any problems you run into the last time that you can sort out and help out ahead of time with as far as your office?
No, I think
Pretty much.
we've got the maps ready for them. We've got the sales printouts from the clerk's office because we've already made our copies for that. We've got the county maps ready for the team, so
Okay.
we're just waiting on who.
I just wanted to make sure that if there were any that, now would be the time to talk about and get them sorted out. So,
So I think I've gave the ladies a list of what items would be needed that has been requested in the past. As far as like the printer, the computer, the lateral cabinets to actually store the real estate records in. And then they'll need a telephone and a small desk and a chair. So they'll probably, whoever's chosen, that, they'll do the data off-site, data entry. But they'll still need an office here when they.
You should be able to find a book.
possibly.
Yeah, we talked earlier about we may, upstairs at the bank, there's a smaller conference room that was the bank's training center. So that's probably the room. It's right next to Danny, just in case we had to.
There you go.
As I said, the team, they'll be coming over to our office and pulling up the last general assessment records to see what the notes was when they were out the board. Move forward to see what may have changed or why. Those records are pulled a lot. They will be in and out of our office a lot.
They just need to go up to the light.
Exactly. Well, that's still here.
Please note that in your correspondence folder, I updated it where it shows the past equalization reports.
Which everybody that wants to can put in for it, but hopefully those will. I think memory serves me, Mr. Peters this may be his third or fourth one.
Yeah.
So he's been there a while, so.
And during that process, they'll call into our office. We'll set up the time when whoever's on the board, they set so many days up. So they'll call into our office. We'll set the time up. We'll pull the information that was out in the reassessment time. And then Barbara can change the changes in the computer once they have their meeting. And if they see a change is due made, then Barbara does all that data entry in-house.
Well, definitely.
Bring it around too. Book towns has been on there.
Yeah, he's been on there a good while too.
Yeah. It's always nice to get some new blood too. I mean,
Yeah, but it's good to have that.
I didn't see any.
So, Mr. Chairman, you see on the agenda, we had not put a vote until after David speaks to let these ladies go. But if you wanted to do something before then, we could do that. Otherwise,
This one will stay at the end of the meeting.
we can call them. We will answer. Or send them an email. Should that be
We
okay?
appreciate you on the.
Yep. That's you.
That's a second.
Yeah,
Appreciate you too.
yeah. And
Staff.
Safe travels.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I also want to let everybody know that Miss Barbara here is the one that she really does an amazing private investigative job, almost trying to make sure everyone that is offering temporary rental houses is listed. She does a really spectacular job. She does.
Appreciated.
Put names on you one of these days.
Thank you for what you do.
I'm gonna go along. No,
Let me see how he follows that.
First of all, I apologize for not making the daytime meeting a couple of weeks ago. That was unavoidable. Called to another gathering at VDOT. What was not unavoidable was not realizing that I had that conflict, and should have told y'all earlier about that and worked it all out. But I do apologize for that and was glad to be able to come this time at least and go over a couple of the topics. And I guess that's what I'll do. I see it on the agenda, so I'll just address these as they are on the agenda. And if we want to talk about anything else, we can talk about something else. First off is the high school road abandonment. This is something I think we were talking about it the week that I was discussing not being able to be there. And what I understand is that we now have that any kind of hold up in the acceptance of this, the new configuration of the road has been addressed. We're ready to roll with a resolution, just taking that in. We can do that with just a board resolution because we have a replacement road. If we did not have a replacement road for that, that would change it and require further approval in Richmond and CTB and all that, because you'd be deleting a section of road without any kind of replacement part to it. So I think we have that, but I thought we might be able to have a resolution prepared for you tonight, but we can have that ready for next time.
Well, could you get it to us ahead of time?
Oh yeah, I'll get it to you. Let's study. Today's just Tuesday. I can get it to probably by the end of this week.
If I may, we met with Jesse. The stuff was addressed. He said it's all ready to go. And I asked him for the Pacific Code section because that's what our attorney had asked for. Mm-hmm. And he said there was, the resolutions and all, he's going to have it sent directly to Dr. Millsaps within a day or two. And apparently that's been, what's that been now? 2 weeks, week and a half at least. Anyway, if you can get it to us, and I'm not doubting you, I'm not doubting Jesse. I just, me, I want to make sure we're in the ballpark. And our attorney wanted to know exactly what code section, and Jesse said that's referenced in the resolution. So as soon as we get the resolution, he can review it and we can move forward.
And some of it you may not be able, there's an administrative code as well as just the Code of Virginia. And so a lot of the VDOT policies that we go by are policy, but they're also code because they're policy to the administrative code. Well, so we are the only policies. That
concern I have is where that particular section of roads was authorized by the circuit court of Floyd County. The school board was authorized to turn over right-of-ways to the Department of Transportation. And it doesn't matter if it's code, that can supersede. But if it's just internal rule changing by the little fellow sitting in the cubicle in Richmond and everybody went along with, that does not supersede an action of the circuit court. That's the only thing I'm concerned about is that wording in there, which I gave Jesse a copy of all that. I mean, it talks about the circuit court authorizing the school board to turn that right away over to the Department of Transportation. And if that's the case, I question whether internal rule changes overrides that and that excludes a public hearing.
Yeah. And this may be a different case because most cases with school roads is not VDOT rightable.
Well, but it's written in there specifically on a portion of it. Now, I didn't find the exact one that we're talking about because it was done later, but these is the other two. And but best I can remember, they were similar worded. Okay. So that I'm not trying to be a butthole. I just want to make sure we're doing right. We do it one time.
Yeah, and that's I think that's everyone's goal on that. Next item on the list is Buffalo Vista Road. From our records, which are actually the same as county records, is that road was kind of, it's open to interpretation because the board passed a resolution in I can't remember the year now, 48, I think, that says it was to be abandoned for maintenance. So nowadays we use more specific words. We use abandonment or discontinued. Abandon means to abandon the right of way. Discontinue means to discontinue maintenance. Abandon for right of way means the public no longer has a right to use it. It goes over to the property owners for their control. Discontinue for maintenance just means PDOT's not going to maintain it anymore, but it still has a prescriptive easement, so public right of way along that section.
But for all intents and purposes, it becomes a private road, except for the fact that anybody can go on it.
Correct.
It's truly not private, but
Correct.
it's private, and they have to maintain it themselves.
Yes. So
But
that's where
anybody can go on.
But they can't block a citizen.
and which couldn't block it.
Drive it.
Yes.
They can gate it, but they can't lock a gate.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's not my realm. So, because once it's been discontinued for maintenance, VDOT has no say in it, and it all becomes a legal matter. Just looking at the language of that resolution, it's my interpretation, which is just as valid as anybody else's interpretation, that the intent was to discontinue maintenance, but not to abandon right of way. And I think that there would be issues. I haven't looked at the plats and everything specifically, but if it were no longer public right of way, I think it might leave some people without access.
I think Carl may have a question on that.
I don't have a question, but I have dealt with that particular road a few times, including recently. And from what I found, it's just discontinued. It's not been abandoned.
That's my understanding
Right.
of what the intent was.
The owner on the property, well, on the road, it goes along their property line, the prescriptive easement. He's having issues with people coming up that road with four-wheelers and tearing up the road. And he asked me to find out whether or not it was still public or if it was a private road now. Because if it was private, they want to know who's going to fix it. If it's public, they want county to fix it, even though it's maintained that we don't maintain it. The county also has a policy for if somebody wants to maintain a discontinued road, they have to apply for it or send a letter and get it approved by the board.
I think our enforcement said
From what I've seen is that it is just a discontinued road. It's not been abandoned.
The last road I had a problem with that had been discontinued, that was having a four-wheeler problem, Bruce Turner took care of when he was chief deputy. And that was because, at that time now, because it was still considered a county right-of-way, might not be a state, but it was a county public right-of-way, and you're not supposed to drive four-wheelers on public right-of-way.
This property owner had said that he's had the several times, and they told him there's nothing that they can do because that work this way.
Well, it is a public right-of-way because it's just been in discontinued maintenance.
Well,
Public right-of-way.
private, maybe he said that it's private. Either way, he told me that he's had the deputies at the not doing.
This 8 penny nails on it too. I mean, I don't know what more to do.
Yeah.
Just don't forget.
Discontinued
Why?
on Mountain.
Right.
And then they had to rename it Buffalo Vista Lane because of the houses on it still using it.
Right. I think it's where it goes out by the substance out to the region.
Yeah.
Well, and if my real quick, part of the reason we left this on there was, of course, the same gentleman that spoke to Carla then called me. So he's been persistent, I think and he has concerns about the state of the road and the ability to get emergency vehicles down it and those kind of things. And so in addition to that particular road, I think just wanted to make sure all five of you were aware that we likely have several roads in the county that David and I have talked about that are probably similarly situated. So just wanted to make sure you all were aware.
That one doesn't have in-state maintenance sign, does it?
I don't think that it doesn't have in-state maintenance on there, probably because none of it maintained.
I just teed right into it.
That's what I mean, see,
But it-
Yeah.
I've got two on my road that, well, my road dead ends and then one off of it. and they got in-state maintenance signs. I was wondering, if it was abandoned, if you could put a sign, saying that, it's no longer a public. Of course, that'd be up to our landowner.
I don't know. It's still a public road in that the right of way is there. It's just like the roads up at Low Gap, all that go off.
Yeah.
Those are still right of ways. Because we had one person down there that wanted to dig a trough and put a big mound in, put a big gate and locked it. And
We went through that up on Meadow Road.
blocked them off the gate, the grader got out and graded it. And, as long now, you don't have to keep it clean. There's a lot of them that are grown up. You couldn't pass if you wanted to. But, and as far as that to me, that since it was discontinued, how many of these people have lived there since 1948?
Just the one on that road.
Well, but there's no. We got a lot of roads in the county that could take signs like it would be setting a precedent. How much sign money you got?
No matter your secondary construction budget.
It's right that
It's just if we're still having trouble if it don't make something.
we just, it's up to them. They can, as long as they establish what the right of way was, they can keep it cleaned out so they can traverse in and out. I don't know when the county got into saying you had to come to us to do that. I don't recall, but anyway, if that's the process, that's the process. But they can keep that right of way cut clear. And as far as maintaining the road, that's up to the people in there.
Since I've been here, I know one case where somebody requested to maintain a discontinued road. But I wasn't doing roads at that time, so I'm not sure if it's just the one or not, but they're in the policy for it.
It's probably one of them long forgotten policies because it's never used. So,
Can I ask a question about the high school road, just to go back? Will that replacement road continue up and around? Does it have a new name? Does it take on Oak Hill Road?
no,
No, Jerry says. So what,
It
what's the name of it?
It just has a number of road names are up to the county.
So we're gonna have to name it.
Well, see, and I question this back in the whole thing, but I was longer. It's going from where the
Baseball.
where it starts, at Floyd Elementary, where that road ends and the school road starts, over to is going to be a stop sign. New stop sign down there is going to have a 900 number. Is that correct?
It probably does right now. Yeah, 9,000 something.
Well, it's going to have a 9,000. The other one going up is whatever T, whatever, and whatever appeal is.
Is that true?
See, I thought I thought we would continue the same number, but I've been told no, that it'll be a 900, 9,000.
If we gotta have EMS show up at the back of the high school, at the baseball field, and, they need a road name.
Yeah, the 911 name can be whatever the county does.
Okay, so
It just deals with
Not
number.
the official, the official transportation number. Now, does that change? And forgive me, Dr. Millsap, there's been so much going on, I don't recall. Remember I asked about the addressing as far as physical address? Are they using Oak Hill or are they using the road number? High school and the elementary school.
Well, the high school uses Oak Hill, the elementary school uses Oak Hill, the high school uses Baker Street. It reminds me of Gary.
I'm using okay.
I checked at least on the Google.
Baker Street.
Google said.
Well, I just want to make sure if we're changing that section and the number instead of what continuing whatever was there, that it didn't, at an additional cost. So if it doesn't cause an additional cost, I don't care what number you use.
The name and.
We'll do that with the E911.
Because I want to make sure they do that. I know high school's been using Baker Street for as long.
Extend Oak Hill down to that T.
Be fine. The number will start wherever the number for Oak Hill ends. So I can take the mileage of Oak Hill.
Right.
Well, no, wait a minute. I thought it was just the new, you're talking about doing the entire school route?
I'm just saying, yeah. Oak Hill, I'm saying Oak Hill number 1101 or whatever it is,
Yes.
ends at a certain point.
Yeah.
Right? We've got,
Ends of the mile.
yeah. So at that point, it becomes the 9,000 number.
Whether it's old or new road.
Doesn't matter, yeah.
It doesn't matter.
It's just a replacement for a school road.
That's fine. I'm just trying to understand. That doesn't put us under any different regulations than we would be already be under, right? No problem.
All right.
So we go back down the.
I don't have, are we done with Buffalo? Okay. I can move on to, yeah. Pioneer Way, this would be a short one, so I don't have any new information on that. I think we're waiting. I know we're trying real hard to get it in. And I don't think there's much left, but we still haven't gotten that completed yet. But
Okay.
I know Alex has been working.
First memory, where's that Pioneer?
Like commerce.
Yeah. It just wasn't registered.
I think somebody, the county may have gone out and done some of the brush cutting that. Did we do it? Okay. Well, good for us.
No, VDOT doesn't do that on roads they don't own. You hear what I'm saying?
Not sure where it is. We'll go ahead and push the snow on it. We just call it a mistake at the end of the day. But because the intent has always been to put it in, and nothing substantial is going to change there. I think there was a culvert that needed to be put in at an entrance and maybe a couple other drainage things. That's it. But the latest information I have is from back in June. So
Jesse said he had looked at it and he said they want to review it, make sure there's no sinkholes or anything like that. But he said as far as traffic count and everything else, there was no problem. And it's just a matter of looking at it physically.
So the last one was a speed limit on Route 8 north of town limit.
So I think we ordered a stop sign. Oh,
Well, I almost got hit over there, so I did ask the county to go ahead and put it out there. In the Commerce Park. It was coming up from Thomas and somebody come out there, they never stopped, never done it. They did apparently look, and when they looked, they did stop in time. That's what I was doing about 15 because I seen them coming. I knew what I was going to happen. So I asked them to go ahead and put a stop sign up until y'all get an official one.
So like the request, I believe, was a stop sign for safety and some sort of speed that,
If we do anything there at the playground as a park or anything, we need 15 on that if it's any way possible.
Yeah.
Coming out of the Innovation Center or the whole long road?
As a whole Innovation Center Road,
Okay.
from where it hits the Commerce Road all the way back to the center, just do a 15-mile-an-hour because right in the center of it, we're going to have.
Yeah.
Well, they've already looked at the other and said it didn't warrant reducing, so.
Do it now for
I guess it's 55, isn't it? Yeah. It's 55 mile an hour. It's not posted, so it's 55.
And look at they're looking at the speeds of others.
So we can start at the top of that Commerce Center Drive and go down to.
Thomas's at 55 mile an hour. Or more, and that is.
Let's see it.
Don't let that get out in the public.
Not just it.
You can help us on that. It really should be around 30.
We've got tractor trailers that come in and out of it.
I'm gonna check to see if there is one established yet. Or not.
Yeah.
It's just not signed or something.
POV.
Yeah.
I mean, stuff that could really hurt somebody.
I would follow some of an industrial park you would order it, automatically
Yeah,
get 25.
yeah, yeah. Macro.
That was what I was told after the district realignments,
Yeah.
and I was checking out new roads in the district. That's what I was told, and so I go with the flow.
Yeah.
He's going to get to speed, you'll see where they.
So,
Enough on Pioneer there? Or- Moving it on, Riley, there's a question, I believe, that Mr. Millsap said questioned about a developer. Which would affect
There's some, there has
the
been,
speed
we
sign.
discussed this briefly, the last meeting was a request has been made by someone, a realtor, I think is maybe
Okay.
a better term, who has interest in, next to the brewery, a little bit closer to town. There's a little white house there and some interest in converting that from a property with a little white house to something that has more commercial, although they did not share if it was going to be retail or not. And so then the question that was posed was, would the board be willing to entertain making a change to the speed limit to make it less costly and more easier for them to convert it? And I just said, we would ask, because I can't decide.
See, I already asked.
Yep.
See, it's 30.
oh,
It's 45 then for you.
no.
It's 35 to just, and see, I want the, yeah, see, I want to extend the 35 down and then actually my 35.
Yeah.
That was before I was aware of this.
So 30 miles an hour there
That's plenty.
is good then forever and ever. There's already commercial development on the both sides of the road. So I don't understand.
Well, they wanted to.
I mean, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. I can tell you, we don't change speed limits to accommodate entrances.
We tried, for a long time.
Yeah.
We've still been trying to get 35 a little bit further out on.
Yeah, and they're looking at that.
As you know,
Yeah.
it makes sense.
I think that's a neat, but that wasn't because of business, it's because they had.
Understood.
So it sounds like we have to comply with the 35 mile hour speed limit.
Yeah.
It's an answer.
Yeah. So the question I've got for you all though is, it may be easier to move to do away with actually the 45 entirely and move that 35 all the way to the 55.
55.
Yeah, I don't have, some people like to have that little tiny 45 mile buffer. I'm fine with a 55. If I think going into Reiner, 55 right to 35.
35. Same thing on 221.
Sure, you do it a lot.
Can we bump the 35 on past the dumpsters?
To where the 55 is now.
Well, the 55 right now.
Well, okay, yes.
Yeah, the 55, if you come around the Floyd, you come to the 55 before you do the dumpsters.
Okay.
And the whole thing I was trying to do was get that slow down past the dumpsters. If we get to 35 on down past the dumpsters to 55, if that's easier to jump on it.
Okay.
I will take that.
I think that would be better myself.
There's a lot of people coming in now, them green boxes up
Yes.
there and everything, and it needs to slow down. Plus, when you have tournaments down there,
Yeah.
You've got a lot of traffic and,
I'll have them look at that.
Yeah, that's fine. And say, and as far as I'm concerned on 221, the same way. I don't,
Just eliminate the 45.
go 35 all the way out and jump it past.
I'll see what you're going to do here first. Then reluctant to change the 221. So I'll just saying they've already, yeah. Oh, that way, 6%, yeah.
Not the river, they would
Yeah.
go out this way. So, right, so our speed limit would be pretty consistent of, 55 to 35. But we've got 45 on 221, we just want that extended
Yeah.
past Blackwood. Laney's. Because that's become quite a popular place to go and get your.
Had several people, the reason I brought up, I had several people that started out, it was just like down at the breadbasket. They had started out turning and coming toward Floyd out of Flagger Hill. And as they started out, when they come over across the hill, they were already passing
Oh, yeah,
and they were doing 55.
oh, yeah, good.
Yeah.
Just where his motor.
Yeah, I can't speak on any of this, but I've got a proven track record. So, that's totally.
So we're,
If you guys come over on a Tuesday, at least we're entertained.
yeah, it's a good night.
That takes care of it.
There, I'll be back in 2 weeks.
Okay.
Talking about maintenance stuff with people.
So everybody, we appreciate the job they're doing.
Thank you. Thank you. Just did our equipment check, our dry run for it.
And by the way, there was complained about our guys throwing the grass out the road, the tractors. I got behind one the other day, throwing it out in the road, but I got to working at the other side where they done mowed it. It's awful clean for that. And then when I turned around and come back through, I met a truck with a
Yes.
I mean, they was doing a fantastic job.
Thanks for the work on Gallimore Lane and on Laurel Branch. Laurel Branch is, you couldn't ask for nicer. And if there's any road, I don't know if we did that local contractor or whatever, but that's who we will do in our paving from now on. They did an excellent job, so. I did not think I did what you was at least having a good thing.
Jump for that call.
Righty. That comes down to public comment. Nobody's with there.
Well, now years ago, we had a board member that would get down and go in.
I've done that one too. Yeah. Start a walk now. So
So,
get into old business.
Yes, we can.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
See ya.
Sure you don't want to take pictures, Carl?
$3 a photo. Yeah. $3.
I guess, Mr. Chairman, it's all right, we can move on to old business. And if I might, the first one there is kind of perfunctory, but I wanted to.
Sunday word on a Tuesday.
Sunday, we're on Tuesday, okay. It's. I don't know that I can do this. Not a second. So as you know, Floyd County is become a part of the regional ecosystem, that is what we call it, for use of the opioid abatement funding. And that grant was approved. And so now we're working through all the steps to set up Montgomery County as a fiscal officer. Kim and I sat down with Chad and kind of talked through some ideas. He was going to reach out to his counterparts in social service. And we've kind of run some other ideas through as well from some other folks. But we're still really at the intro space on this. We do generally have a phone call almost every Wednesday morning at 8:00. It feels a little bit like the old COVID calls, except for it is pretty much all admin and providers. Before there was a lot of law enforcement. There's really no law enforcement engaged in this. It is, but like James is always there from community services. I'm on. Most of my counterparts are on pretty much all the time because it is a big deal for us. But in any case, you all know you already did the resolution that said we would keep to that gold standard. But apparently now the authority has decided that in addition to passing the resolution, I have to actually fill out an application with certain terms and conditions from you all. So the last page of it here is Opioid Abatement Authority application and terms and conditions for cities and counties to receive OAA gold standard incentive funds. And so because it is an agreement, even though it says pretty much the exact same thing your resolution said, I wanted to make sure before I signed it that you all gave approval for that.
Has Steve looked at it?
Has Steve looked at it? No.
Did he look at it?
But all the other, well, that's not true. The Montgomery County attorney has looked at it because of that. Yeah.
But still,
So if it would be all right with you all to maybe approve it pending approval by our attorney,
Yes.
and
that'd be good.
can you just allude to use the term pretty much the same? Forgive me, but
Yes.
I might let it slide before David, but after David, I just.
So I think that this is put late into your packet. It's in correspondence, is it not? No? Oh, yeah. This is Chief Holly.
Let me see.
If not, I can read you the relevant parts.
Well, is it costing us anything?
I don't think so. It says the governing body of the city or county named in this application is applying to the OAA to receive the incentive that increases the city or county's OAA distribution by 25% for FY 2023 and FY 2024. To qualify for the incentive, the city or county agrees to the terms and conditions set forth for the OAA distributions to cities and counties, as well as the following requirements. And there's 3 listed. The first, city and county will create and maintain separate accounting records for funds received from the OAA distribution and from the direct distribution in accordance with relevant guidance published by the Auditor of Public Accounts. So we're already doing that. The city or county voluntarily agrees to apply the requirements of Virginia Code 2.2-2370A to the direct distributions. These set of requirements are known as the gold standard. So that's the resolution that you passed about we're going to only spend it on things directly related to abatement and treatment. And then finally, the city or county has adopted and attached a resolution noting that it will voluntarily agree to meet the OAA's gold standard requirements in return for a 25% increase in OAA funding for FY 2023 and FY 24. And you should have it now.
And that account will not be the same account that we put our lawsuit settlement money in or anything like that. That'll only be money that comes from the authority in that account. Is that? Because
Direct distribution, yeah, so that's the OAA distribution and direct distribution. Direct distribution, I believe, is from the like Malincroft and
Right.
yeah. So it goes together into one account, but that account is just for OAA things as opposed to putting that money into our general fund. Does that make sense?
right, but that's all money that comes from the opioid authority, right?
And the members of the settlement. So it all goes in the same account.
You missed one.
Why? This is so we can. Why is the opioid authority concerned with what we're doing with the settlement money from the lawsuit? Why are they even concerned? Because we have certain guidelines we have to use. So why does it have to be in the same account?
So, but the gold standard says you're going to take all of that money and use it only for opioid abatement and treatment. So that's including the money that comes from, Malincroft and Jensen and all those. So when you all approved the resolution a couple of months ago, that's what you were committing to, is that not only the funds that go through OAH to us, but also that's coming from the settlement, that all goes together. And it's just, and part of why that, anyway, that's what it was. And as you know, we get very little, so 25% helps.
I know, but I'm just saying, I do.
It's just because they want their oversight and everything. Oversight, that's a very nice word.
Yeah. So, there knows where it doesn't fall.
All you need to know is just if you have the authority to sign.
You missed B.
Miss B?
Yeah, does the city or county intend to reserve any portion of its direct distributions from FY 2023 or 2024 for future year abatement efforts? Didn't check.
Okay.
Yes, on it.
Yes, I do need to go back and do that. Yeah. So Holly helped fill this out for us as well. So I need to go back and,
Oh, Holly missed it.
yeah, but she was helping, so that's good.
Okay.
Yeah. So I need to finish that, but if you all are good with me, since you've already done the resolution, going ahead and signing it. Yeah, Nides is good. And
Time for the money.
Just
As good as a wing.
Yeah. Yeah, and I will say that, you know, all the other folks have been moving in pretty quick.
Or they changed their minds.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll take a motion to authorize you to sign that.
So moved.
Second.
Motion second. Call roll.
Okay. On the motion to authorize the county administrator to sign off on the Virginia Opioid Abatement Authority application in terms and conditions for cities and counties to receive OAA Gold Standard Incentive Funds. Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Ms. Kuchenbeck,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
No.
and, excuse me, Mr. Turman.
Yes.
All right.
And it's not that I'm opposed or intend on using the money for anything else. I just think the authority's overstepping its bounds and sticking its nose into part of the opioid settlement that it doesn't need to. And however you want to clean that up, you can make it worse or you can make it nicer.
Yes.
It's funny how government money, not even government money, but it comes with so many strings.
Well, I mean, the settlement money, we have to use it on abatement. We know that. And the authority has nothing to do with that. As far as I'm concerned, it's separate. If they want to send us money through the authority, then yeah, they got their little controls. But what comes down from that lawsuit,
So what's on the reassessment?
Okay. So the reassessment, of course, you heard from Ms. Baker. And so this would be hopefully to authorize us to move forward to enter negotiations and hopefully sign off on an agreement with the more expensive of the two contracts as they currently stand.
have you cleared all that with Steve?
Yeah, Steve was involved when we did the RFP in the
I
first
know,
place.
and since the documents had come in, has he been involved?
No, we just need to, so we would have him assist us with doing that.
Well, before it's awarded, yes,
Mhm.
lowest, most responsive comes to mind. So in a lot of our bidding,
I'm pretty certain when we drafted that, we did best value.
different fashion. Okay.
Yeah, yes, I have not signed, well, listen, any RFP that I've written always use best value language.
Okay.
There's some things that Mark does that we can't use that or we wouldn't.
But you understand why I was asking. Okay, I just wanted to make sure because
Yes, we checked on that up front. Okay, thank you, but good point. So.
I am being difficult. I'm like,
I thought it was gonna be me, but it's you two.
you can take it over anytime you want to.
I look at all these, county requirement, obligations. Yeah, there's definitely a difference. Yep. In performance, yeah. Yes,
That should be how they do it in French, whatever, but
not here in Floyd.
well, mine says this.
So,
I'd make a motion that we make sure I word it like you want it now. We approve for staff to enter into the negotiations with the proposal from Wingate and Associates
He's all the service.
Appraisal Services.
I'll second.
Any other
And
discussion?
that also authorized them to, well, once you enter into negotiation, then you'll come back to us for final approval, or do you want to, that as now?
If possible, what I would love to do would be to go ahead and enter into negotiations and have authorization, but make sure I'll email you all before and let you know where we are.
How about it can't go over
The-
amount in the RFP?
Yeah,
Thank you.
And I would love to see them,
do a shaving.
little shade.
He'll know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
That was my only discussion point is like if, I want to make sure if we were approving something, we still could go back and ask for. on the floor slice,
Yeah, we've got negotiation. And we're doing it without.
Without photography.
And I mean, just $55,000 is a lot of money to a county like this. And we've gone,
Well, this is like, these things like this, in my opinion, is the only chance we have
oh, I
to
know,
work on the budget.
Yeah.
You can't hardly work on the budget in the budget workshops of trimming the fat on some of this. We don't have a lot of fat to trim,
Yeah.
but it's times like this that we can look to remove some costs.
Whittle some stuff out.
agreed. And I just want them to make a concerted effort, as I said 5 years ago, really get accurate on some of this stuff. This idea that it all equals out, I don't know.
Yeah.
I come across a lot of stuff that doesn't always equal everything.
They're not the only person who submitted a proposal.
Yeah.
But I think they can trim the cost back some.
They've been willing in the past to work with us. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you got the motion?
Okay. All right. On the motion to authorize the staff to enter into negotiations with Wingate for appraisal and to approve a contract not to exceed the amount listed in the bid, but hopefully lower.
Right.
Second, Mr. Booth?
Yes.
All right, Ms. Cookenbook?
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
And Mr. Turner?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Yeah, and there's a couple of other specific things that Lisa and Barbara and Kim and I have talked about that we might ask them to look at a little bit as a part of this. Some things around the ridge line and
It's a 5 minute break before we go into closed session.
You say. If you got anybody that has any elevated nuclear,
Back to business. Awesome. All right, I will take a motion to go into closed session on 2.23711A1.
So moved.
she's gonna amend her motion, maybe.
Sorry.
So we're working on if we need to add more than A8. So we should. Yeah. Yeah, so, sorry, based on, communication from our attorney, we would like to request a, change to the agenda to add A8.
So A1 and A8.
Yes.
Right, we're supposed to have that earlier.
You can go back here and be an old one, I will tell you that.
So, is this the one that I want? Okay. We'll discuss that one.
Okay, so it's. Thank you. Sorry.
Excuse me.
All right, so on the motion to go into closed session under 2.23711A1, personnel update and departmental review, and A8, which has to do with contracts and legal counsel. Ms. Bechtold?
Yes.
Ms. Cookenberg?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
Mr. Booth?
Yes.
And Mr. Turner?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
We're ready to go. Take a motion to come out of closed session. Come on.
Second.
Motion second, call the roll.
Okay, on the motion to come out of closed session, Ms. Cookenbook.
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel.
Yes.
Mr. Cox.
Yes.
Mr. Booth.
Yes.
And Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right, you are out.
Now took a certification motion. We only discussed those things we went in closed session for.
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, on the motion to certify that we only discuss things that we're supposed to talk about in closed session, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right, certified and we're out.
Oh, speak.
Ooh, you're just smack.
Mark in confidential.
Oh, yeah, I just printed them out.
I was reading something else and trying to,
That's all right.
my brain don't work too well. All right, I guess we can move on to your part today.
Well, if I might back you up for just a minute.
All right.
It's this kind of, I guess, both Kim and I section, but so we just wanted to clarify, of course, you guys have been kind enough to keep us to hopefully one meeting in November and one in December, which is, we appreciate. Thank you very much. But that also potentially creates an issue with our disbursements. And so wanted to talk to you all about how you would like us to handle that. And we understand that there have been times in the past that that's what you did, but candidly, since Kim and I have been here, which might suggest it's kind of our fault, that we've never had a month that we didn't have at least 2 meetings since we've been here. So I don't know if there's something you can share with us about how you've done it before, if you prefer to continue that, or how would you like us to proceed?
What was that term you used that we give you out of?
Consensus.
Yeah, I mean, like when they come to you, yeah, get a consensus, go over and pay them, and then we.
Put them on the next meeting.
Right.
Okay, so we'll send you all an email with kind of like, this is where, when we would normally do a disbursement,
Maybe put
send it to you all.
Yep.
put it on our computers.
I could do it, sure.
Create it.
Send a folder or something. Okay.
Almost as if it was a meeting, but it's not a meeting.
Correct.
Yeah.
Then we give you a consensus on it. That's why if anybody's got any questions, I can call you and ask you.
That'd be great. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I don't care what anybody says.
So next is board time and then my reports.
You make anything on board time?
Nope.
Nope.
Well, thank you.
I got one about board. Okay, well, I do. Yes. I got an email today and I'm going to send it to Kim and me, and I've meant to it or and get her printed out, copy it, each one of us. Yeah, it was a citizen. I don't know. I meant to ask you if you got one, talking about the coaches at our ball games. This is something that I've heard ever since I've known anything about the rec department. I've seen it happen in another county. I've seen it happen to my grandson because he lived and breathed baseball. And when he was in Sandrock, he started watching him because they said, one fantastic pitchers, has strong arm, I don't forget how many mile an hour he could throw a ball. Even the high school kids, coaches started watching him when he was playing Sandlot and rec ball and stuff like that. But he had a coach. His son can pitch a ball if he had to. But he thought he was the greatest pitcher in the world, so he would pull my grandson out and let his son pitch all the time. He finally killed Jacob's desire to be in the ball. Threw the ball down one day and said, I'm done. He never went back. We couldn't make him go back. Same thing's going to happen out here. Because this person was concerned that 10 to 12 kids got to play all the time. The other kids are sitting on the benches, bagging to go in and play, and they said, we're the coach. We say who plays and who don't. And their kids is don't quit.
We've got regulations.
Yeah, but anyway, my sense is, and I agree with him, he said, we don't have kids start dropping out. That's losing interest, which, like I say, I've been there, I know. We need somewhere in there to get these coaches to understand this is for the kids. It's not a competition, see, between coaches, see who has the best team. You know, actually, this was wrote to Jacob, but they copied me to it.
Okay.
So, have you got it? Okay, if you make it a better copy of it.
You know what sport or all sports or?
I think it was football, wasn't it?
Well, see, in baseball and basketball, you can track it easier. Maybe we need to come up with some kind of sheet or something.
So I was wondering about if we could get Jacob to make a set of rules, coaches.
Every kid gets X amount of
Yeah.
time.
Well, we already got it.
Yeah, we
Yeah, it needs to be enforced.
Well, but see, the thing in football, you don't have a book or a scorekeeper like you do in baseball. So there needs to be some kind of format or something that maybe there's somebody there that keeps up with who's playing. Just like you do in baseball. Or something similar. I mean, it's a little different. You got to have two players.
If I understand right, they got a roster, right? And they just play
Yeah.
on that team.
Why is it 35 kids?
Well, how many do you put on the field at one time? 11? 3/4?
It's 44.
Yeah.
See, that's what I did when I coached.
Yeah.
Set up an offense and I set up a defense. Now, if I had less than 22 players, some got to play both ways. I set it up where everybody got to play.
I don't know anything about sports, but when first string go in and play this quarter, second string go in and play this quarter. You know, where all the kids is getting an opportunity to get out there and learn sportsmanship and learn
There shouldn't be 35 children. There shouldn't be 35 kids on one team. That should be split.
I suspect part of why that happens is two things. One is we are struggling with coaches
right.
for some of these.
I wonder.
Yeah,
I
it's,
could not figure it happened.
we have challenges with getting enough coaches, particularly because some folks that used to be our coaches have now created travel teams. And so they coach those. We also, and these are not excuses, just giving a little more background, because we will certainly look into this and talk to Jacob tomorrow. I don't mean to minimize it in any way. As you know, we also have some challenges about time on the football field.
Right.
And so
Well,
that's only $1.5 million for another solution for that.
no.
It's about that. Observing the discipline of that there was 10 or 12 kids that played a whole game.
Mhm.
And the rest of them sitting there on the bench bagging to go in and play for, yeah.
Where are we playing our football games at?
In high school?
Well, if there's a problem, the big baseball field, we used to play on it.
That's what I thought, that some of the
We used to play field and play it on it. We played them on Floyd Elementary softball field. I mean baseball field. So understand the allure of the high school. But we used to play them at every elementary school.
But if it's a rec department trying to get the kids something to do besides run the street, they shouldn't care what they had to play. You know,
Well,
and I can remember going filling up the gas at the bus garage,
Mm-hmm.
and they
There'd be ball games down there all the time.
yeah, they was it.
And playing on the high school field was, yes, you had some games up there, but it wasn't the only place.
so the challenge there becomes, we've been, and again, not excuses, but just some background. So if we are in the New River Valley League, which means we play Christiansburg, Narrows, all those
We
places,
on the Pacific.
you gotta be a certain size. Jacob has kind of looked at having one set of teams that play at that level and another set that doesn't.
We create our own travel team.
That's interesting.
I'm
Thought about
sorry.
that. Yeah. And other kids could play elsewhere, but that didn't fly very well.
How many teams do we have? Season.
I don't. We'll find out. I don't. That's the level of detail I did not ask. 2 teams?
The other issue was, even splitting them up, there was issues like Linda was alluding to where children of different sizes, they were attempting to move around, and players who probably were not ready at level were getting injured, parents were getting angry. It was a big to-do. And then the other issue is field availability. The only place you play tackle football is in the high school.
If you're in this league.
And we only have that availability, I believe, on Mondays and Sundays. So it's a challenge. And all of those things will come into play, not for lack of.
Program really hasn't built in.
No.
Yeah, you got 35 kids in India Valley and check on one team.
Yeah. The football.
that's what we were trying to say.
All the football programs, including high schools, are getting smaller in other communities. It's not. It is no longer the game of choice that it once was.
And it lessens the opportunity to carry more teams
Mm-hmm.
in the play.
And we have coaches who are unwilling to have the kids play at the field at Floyd E or at Check because the ground is a rock. And they're very concerned about additional injuries to young children. So
I can understand all of that. I can understand all that, but why do they pick out 10 or 12 kids that play all the time?
Yeah,
that's a completely different.
that
It's just part.
Right.
a district, and it's just like a high school. See, that's the problem with the
That's
district.
what we need to address is why just certain kids get to play all the time.
Yeah, that's fair. That's right. That's fair. That's fair. Important. Okay. And Kim shared that with me. And so
I'm done.
well done.
Just make sure everybody gets. So,
But correspondence.
All right, I will run through mine, hopefully quickly. So, I wanted to give a shout out on the annual, Onward Awards dinner and the awards that were given out. Our table, included, we actually had pretty much a full table of people that are from Floyd, not necessarily all tied in like Marty was, but she's really not part of the Floyd, but she's from here. And Dr. Huber sat with us, so we appreciated that. And but what was really good about it is there's a particular award that is given for the highest financial level of investment in the region. And 3 of those awards were given out, and 2 of those were in Floyd County, which is pretty impressive, particularly given, Montgomery and Giles are in our area. And so One of those was H&V. And so Vince was there, his wife was there, and we talked a little bit about life at H&V as well. In addition to that was Southwest Virginia Biochar, and for their investment at the biochar facility. So we're excited about that, and I would encourage you all in future years to consider going. We always get 4 free tickets. We could probably manage a couple of more if you wanted. Ladina and I, or Tabitha and I, go every year, and Melissa was there from the EDA, and that was really, really positive. We liked having her there, and I think she's very excited about being on the EDA, and hopefully we can find some more ways to utilize her and her connection and those kind of things. Next page, possible medical facilities meetings. So as you all know, one of the things that I've been kind of focused on free time is trying to figure out what kind of medical facilities we might be able to have here or better access to others. And so I met with the CEO of Carillion New River Valley the other day. And so we actually talked about a model that they're opening in Bluefield, West Virginia. It might be something they would consider putting here. So that's kind of a subject of discussion. They've also asked me about maybe serving on their board, which happens to also be on the same night as one of our board meetings.
I want to ask you, if y'all able to work anything out on that?
He said, talk to you all first. So, yeah, it's the same night.
Just see her on that board.
Absolutely.
You know, we had Stephanie Short on there, but she got her judgeship, she had to leave. So we need somebody to replace.
Yeah, they meet at either 4 or 5 o'clock, I think, on the 4th Tuesday. So he said he'd follow up and maybe we could chat a little bit more.
Back up.
I'm going to get everything. We could have to move our meeting up.
We'll have to just have short agendas on the night meetings if you all want to do that. So maybe we can discuss that a little offline. I failed to mention that earlier.
Right now.
So, yeah. So anyway, y'all let me know what you think about that, and maybe let Chairman know too. So I've put them off on hold on that for now. In addition, I had a meeting scheduled with the CEO for Lewis Gale, New River, and unfortunately I was sick yesterday, so they put forward a second day. So we'll see which is just in another week or so. So I'll go ahead. She and I serve on the Community Foundation board together. And Kevin forwarded to me something about they're opening another one of those kind of, I would call them a baby ER in Christiansburg. And the press release specifically mentions getting more people from Floyd into their system. So,
Where is it gonna be located?
yeah, somewhere near Christiansburg.
Right,
Yeah.
the highway,
Oh,
right there.
Yeah, and they had a crane down there when I went by the other day starting to take things apart. So they're starting to do some work.
neat.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I also,
Yeah, it was bad. That's
yeah, in the same week, all this was going on, I also got an email from Tri-Area asking if I would like to get together and talk about medical facilities in Floyd. So we'll see, but that is kind of where we are. And all of the and all of that. Just as a side note related to that, people are starting to ask me about how it is that we are managing to have pretty much full EMS staff. I'm kind of afraid to say that, like knock on wood. But we have been doing really well lately with getting both full and part-time folks in. We have 2 more. And they are pretty much mostly either advanced or paramedic. And so I think that, that focus that you all have allowed us to do on having higher skilled providers available because of the long drive to anywhere is really starting to pay off. So hopefully that continues. Next is the biochar ribbon cutting and USDA grant. So I guess it was a week ago Friday. And Ms. Cook and Book and I were out there, as was the mayor, and they had the ribbon cutting and walkthrough about the new biochar facility.
My district.
Yep, off Sam's Road. I took Sam's Road the other way. Everyone's amazed that my Mazda 3 would go that way.
You took out that way?
I did. I was late for dinner.
There's somebody out there occasionally scrapes it. Occasionally.
So that was a really good event. Senator Payne was there and several members of his staff. So hopefully we'll see more kind of excitement around that. It is also, I'm hopeful about what it will do to save money for us to try to get a bunch of the wood scrap that is currently going to the transfer station would hopefully make its way instead to that facility and they could burn it and we would not be hauling it. So that's part of what we hope to do there. And related to that, the same folks just got a $3.7 million grant from USDA for food composting in that same area. So we've kind of started some loose conversations about, is there any way we could start addressing some of our green box related issues with that? Not sure. They've thrown some ideas out. I don't think those are going to work, but we'll look for some other ones to try to figure out if there's a way to start being able to collect food or composting in this facility. So somebody's good at writing USDA grants. So with that, then I mentioned earlier, Kim and I sat down and talked to Chad from downstairs at social services a little bit. We did talk, as I mentioned earlier, about some of the opioid options and what some of the things are that we all see as some of the better ways. And I think we're all very focused on prevention, as I know you all are. We talked a little bit about some changes to drug court potentially. And we're still trying to figure out exactly how to make the money work for this, but I think it's fair to say everyone is also extremely concerned, particularly here, about what the impact all this has on families and the children that end up needing to go into foster care because of opioid use in their family. And so we continue to kind of drive that in our regional meetings as well. But in addition to that, we talked about space with Chad. And so we walked around and talked about how many offices and what his needs would be up here. Unfortunately, he has gotten word that the current administration is not going to fund any of the improvements like they had offered in previous years. In a couple, I guess the last 2 years, they had offered him around $150,000 for upgrades, and that's not an option this year. So we've tried to figure out, though, I think we'll be able to do some things with getting them up here. We will probably need to convert where you all are sitting into another office, which, shouldn't be too hard. And there's a lot of furniture on the third floor of the bank, so we will be able to leave a fair portion of what's here. So hopefully that'll be helpful. So there's a few other smaller things upstairs, but not a ton. He did put in a request that if there was ever any extra money to do some work downstairs for the folks who remain downstairs, particularly a carpet, it's pretty, yeah.
Yeah, as much water that comes through there over the years, I'd say Eddie is pretty ratty.
That needs, and I'm not saying this because of business I'm in, that needs waterproof flooring. It needs,
Yeah, they would like to rip that room.
yeah, that rug all needs to come out. It needs to be sealed. It needs a waterproof type of floor put in it that,
Was you down there, Kim, when the water would come through the window from when it come down the hill? Yeah, we had a big problem. Every time it rained, it run down that hill, it was coming up through the window and down through the wall. And they were stacking boxes and everything, trying to keep it up. So I would say, yeah,
yeah. Well, in that back room back there, I mean, it stayed damp and nasty.
That's always been in the back of my mind ever since I've been on the board. So anyway,
So anyway, unfortunately, there's no good news about money, but I want to let you know, that's where that is. community college meeting update. So it took almost a year, I think, to get this worked out, but I met with Dr. Huber and the head of the community college IT programs and another one of her senior administration to talk through some ways that maybe we could do some work with the community college in addition to the work they're already doing at the high school, which is a lot. Two areas in particular we talked about is seeing if we could get some students who would be interested both at the community college itself, but also some of the ones that are doing high school students at our high school, but are doing some of the cross certified classes, being a possibility to be paid, but not paid to quite the same level we pay Danny, of course. To maybe come in 12 to 15 hours to help do things, some of the things that Danny could kind of help oversee with them and teach them a little bit and get them some hands-on experience and internship. Yeah, paid internship essentially. Nice. And so they were excited about that. They also talked about trying to get kind of a team together maybe for next fall that could come as we're going through the jobs of trying to really move our hub from courthouse over to the bank and all of the work that's associated with that and help us work through that a little bit. Again, recognizing their level of expertise will be limited, but we got a lot of expertise with Danny, so he can tell them what to
Great
do.
learning
Hopefully.
experience with kids.
Yeah.
Great learning experience.
Well, and yeah, we were thinking that, and then we were thinking too, these kids are, since they'll be from this area, they'd be more likely to hopefully be looking to stay in this area.
Yeah.
So, whether we would at some point need somebody to help Danny here at the schools or Crenshaw or whatever, that maybe that would help. So I was excited about that. I think that's going to go well. And then the last thing I had on here was a new administration building update. So the bank building administration building update. Unfortunately, that is going slowly. The plaster work has been very slow. And then if you've been up there, it's basically one long wall for about 3/4 of it with no break. And so that's why part of the plaster work is taking so long, because that plaster has no break. So now they put some breaks in, and so it'll take a while.
Yeah.
But yeah, so, but anyway, we're going to have to probably go ahead and put out a bid for painting. We were hoping to be able to just pick up some folks and volunteers in the office, and that's not working as well as we had hoped. Plus, for Dan,
That's nothing that the regional jail can get some guys over here to paint.
well, that would be great. I think Mark's asked, but maybe we can have him ask again, because there's a lot to be painted.
Yeah,
So
they
it'll take
got
a
a lot
long
of
time.
That's something.
So anyway, but we picked all the colors for paint and all of that. And Mark and I, and then Kim came over and met us later, met with the flooring guys from Hawks Flooring. And so we have pretty decent bids back from them. They kind of gave us an initial price, and then we said, surely you can do better than that. And so, yeah, their final bid came in quite a bit better. So,
They have traffic.
yes,
They got different levels.
yeah. So what we're looking at there in terms of flooring is to leave the flooring in all the offices, because it's really not that heavy traffic. But that long hallway, and then the space that'll be, multi-purpose room / your meeting room, and then the kitchen and that little conference room next to it is what we're looking at. And it would be that kind of thicker, I guess it's technically a vinyl, but this actually it's got a 10-year warranty on it. So to put that down instead of carpet to continue to make a good investment. So that's kind of where we are on that. We did actually get our first check from the bank for their rent they FedExed it, which we thought was kind of cute.
Don't want to be late.
I don't want to be late. And they said 2 months. So that was really nice. And so that's been deposited. And they have now sent us a list of all the folks that they've been using as their vendors. And in some cases, they got much better deals than we did. So we might follow up on that just a little bit.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So we're excited about that. And just everyone is really anxious to move. So we're annoying the living daylight out of Mark to like, get us moved.
Yeah.
So, but I will tell you, poor Dan, he has been out because he had an accident in his house and a tree fell on his head.
Oh,
Poor tree.
Oh, there's So another maintenance, and he's doing a lot of the inspections. He's back to work. It was pretty serious.
They're all staples.
It's God's blessing. He didn't get killed on that
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
Seeking medical attention. Things like that. We got the staples out the end of last week.
wow.
So
I hope they x-ray his brain real good, make sure he don't have a hidden brain bleeds. And yeah, that's sleeping. Yeah.
It's pretty intense.
It had to be the way he had many staples and
He's
stuff.
still tired, so slower. You're cautious. I say slow, just very cautious.
Yeah.
I'd say he needs a review mirror because he probably can't turn his head yet. Behind him.
Yeah. Real quick, I didn't have them on here before, but real quick, want to mention to you about 2 of the boards. So I went to the Workforce Consortium board meeting that normally the chairman and I attend, and we approved their budget. And one of the things I wanted to mention to you all about it is I was not aware that in Virginia, the state does not actually fund any workforce activities through the workforce boards, that it's all federal funds or local funds. And of course, you all fund them. And as a part of trying to make sure they're able to deliver, they've actually gone ahead and created a separate foundation, a separate 501c3 foundation, so they can apply for different grants. So they are attempting to be very, very proactive.
It's good.
Yeah, and fiscally responsible to make sure that they are able to help people push through it, especially since they're the first ones that are starting to see the layoffs and those kind of things. So they noted that was it Park? What is it? Park Hill? Park. And, they laid off 326 people.
Parkdale.
Parkdale.
Yeah. Magnolia Hill.
Yeah, so that's 326, and then there's been a couple of other companies that have had notable layoffs, not quite to that size, that are
I've heard
on
about
the
Parkdale is they sold out to a company in South America.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
It's downturn. It was just they shipped.
yeah, so they're trying really hard to help people be able to make a transition if needed. So appreciate them being proactive. And then the final one I'll mention real quick is I was at the Agency on Aging board meeting today. And we also went through their monthly needs report and program reports. And so as I get these, I'm going to start putting these in your correspondence files as well. So you can see how much service is provided in each of the categories. And they also, every meeting, so every quarter, break it down also by county. So very helpful. A couple of the places where our folks are probably not taking advantage of the services as much as they could is actually legal services. So if people call in, and it's not like sue your neighbor legal services, but assistance with, writing a will or those kind of things, they partner with legal aid. And so the most anyone would be charged if they qualify is $8.50 per hour for a lawyer to assist. So we have almost no one
These are couldn't pay.
So,
Well, yeah, get the word out.
yeah, so I'd like to, that's one in particular, get the word out.
Is it possible to put a link on us?
Yeah, you probably could. And another area that has not been utilized in just about any county is what's called respite care, which is for folks who are caregivers of folks. And there is a lot of funds there that no county is drawing on. So again, if you know of folks that would be interested, there is a sliding fee scale, but it's still pretty heavily subsidized. Not to $8.50, but those are two areas that
Yeah, I don't already know it exists.
Yeah, go over and I got a question.
that's up.
I just have one question, and I apologize. I should have asked during board time. With the potential federal government shutdown, have we taken a look as far as what we would normally be getting reimbursements and that kind of stuff? That we may not get reimbursed on during this time frame? Like,
Yeah, I would think it would be a school.
So,
yeah.
Yeah, we really don't. Yeah, but I don't think theirs is, we probably won't have anything for EDA. So to Ms. Cooking's point, we'll need to check with the schools, but for administration side, I don't think there's very much there. Yeah.
Well, we may need to check into that and, you know, trying to give money away, but, you know, something like that, we might have to
Yeah.
do a floats on a no interest loan or something till the money does come in.
That's a good question. We'll follow up with these girls about that.
I was thinking about sending an email to the superintendent and asking him about if they had accrued paint. And I have to thank the mayor to check with the bank. And see if they got any. Appreciate it.
Sure, they're supervised.
They're supervised, but still they may.
That may end up like another thing you was talking.
Stan, we have one thing in correspondence to draw your attention to.
Can we go to correspondence? If you look in your correspondence is the Medicare, we went through a Medicare audit. And just real quickly, it's from CMS, which is Centers for Medicare and Medicaid. If we, no, we've never had it. This is nothing that we've ever had to do. So we have nothing to reflect upon it. If we didn't do it, we get a no less than 10% cut from Medicare reimbursement through our EMS.
Right.
I have to give all credit to Jenny. She organized it, processed it. Kevin and I had our parts, but she really led this through completion. And you have that in there where it has been completed and accepted. So I just wanted to give her a shout out.
does that mean that our billing service now is able to bill?
They have been billing Medicare.
Got it.
We bill Medicare.
Right.
But it's kind of a Medicare audit. They want to
Yes.
see, and it's also the numbers that they are taking in from different random programs,
Right.
different EMS programs. They're also wanting to utilize that to see if Medicare is reimbursing at an appropriate rate.
Gotcha.
So the information that we give, not only do we need it to not lose 10%, but it also is being used for, future possible Medicare discussions of hiring their reimbursements.
Yeah. Well, good.
Last thing that I should mention is Kim and I's general availability for the rest of the week. So Scott will be here and his staff will be here starting tomorrow for our primary audit. And so we anticipate that will be rather intense, although I will say Kim has done an amazing job of Kim and Tabitha have done a really good job of getting a lot of stuff loaded in advance. And so hopefully that will help. But Scott will be here pretty much the rest of the week. in addition, just because there's nothing else to do, we also, Kim gets to do a workers' comp audit this week. And it happened together the last 2 years. I'm not sure why that
Is
is.
that nice?
That's very nice for everybody. So pray for Kim. And there's some aspirin. And because it's going to be so intense, I'm going to be at IVMA. So, so Kathleen and I will be at IBMA. She's probably already there. I'll be there tomorrow. I'm going to drive down on Thursday, and I'll be there through Sunday. And so that's we go, and Virginia sets up a pretty large section of the convention center, or maybe outside, kind of dependent on the weather. Last year it was inside. And then we have our own stage. And so different acts are booked from throughout Virginia. Dylan also usually has something there.
Yeah.
And so Kathleen and I will be there on behalf of Floyd.
Yeah.
Andrew usually also goes on behalf, or he did last year on behalf of the town, and had intended to, but he actually got a scholarship to go to an ICMA conference in Texas this week.
Oh, wow.
So, so he blew us off and decided to go to Texas. So it's just be careful.
Lordy. You mean he could get into Texas? I figured that was full.
That's all I have. I just wanted you all to know. I don't know if we were that way. That's
I
all.
will take a motion to adjourn. So moved.
Second.
And everybody said aye.
You know.